Okay, I think that's about it. Just finalizing some things. Um, oops. There we go. Okay, there we go. So this is episode one of, well, you could call everything before this kind of the setup phase, right? I'm still learning Godot, but for the most part, a lot of the tools that I had been using were had already developed in Unity. I've been able to recreate those tools in Godot to some extent. With that, I feel comfortable now moving forward with a project. I did get a little bit of work done on the project just by the nature of how those tools are made. As in, I've already made the tools and hooked them into the project. And I'm planning on spending a couple hours on this to really build out a core system for how or intended to be core system for how I want to create characters. Um, the thing with programming, the thing probably with just game development and being a solo developer is that you can end up stuck on something that outside probably look very simple. Just conceptualizing how the implementation is supposed to happen. And now that I've really put together exactly how I wanted to move forward with the system I'll be working on today, which is the constructs into the entities into the character. Um, it's now hopefully something that as I'm writing it out will make sense. Will be intuitive enough that I can get through this quickly. Um, but it's never that easy. So the overall the high level goal here is to make a modular system that I could apply to creating just regular enemies, bosses, um, NPCs, and the player. They're all going to be working off of this one system. It comes back down to this one system. Um, I mean, this isn't. I'm pretty sure I'm not treading entirely new ground here. This is really something that I think is standard for a lot of games that are intended to be uh, for release. So this is you're gonna see some pretty disgusting looking code, I'm guessing, but I'll be working on tidying things up. But I usually get, I mean, I've been told that I get it good anyway on the first run through, but you never know. I'm capable of throwing unknown languages together for some reason. So let's get started. Okay. So this is Godot. 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 Let's close this. I'll show actually a scene. I've made a mini game. So the way the game works is it's based on a lot of Wuxia kinds of things, mixed in with a lot of Gnosticism and so on. But the idea is pretty much the same. After you get to a certain point, you can level up. Actually, show, don't tell. So I have the level up system pretty much worked on over here. I fixed this already? Yes. Uh, sorry. So the oh gosh, the idea is that we want to create a character that when we drag and drop this in oops. Oh, this is wrong. This is right, but this is wrong. There we go. So we drag and drop this in. This is a resource in Godot. And we'd put it on the entity. And then that entity would adopt the traits of whatever that construct is. So if I wanted an entity to be level 0, I drag and drop level 0 on it. Now, there are a couple things that I had to make along the way. This is just like the base information, but there's kind of like an injector or a translator that will take the information that's just the base information I'm putting here and make it relevant to that entity. So it kind of, to put it in another term, it kind of randomizes the stat. So yes, this thing is level 0, but not all level 0s are the same, right? Some level 0s are stronger in strength, and so on. Like, I haven't made the ability to control exactly how the randomization goes. If I want to do that, I just wasn't sure if I wanted to go that route. So yeah, I can just do something like this, make a level 1, and Gnosis level 1. It understands what this is. This is an enumerator. And then I can set like the quality of each level up. So this is a percentage system. So you get 100% quality, meaning um, you're getting like the maximum basically out of the stats that you can get. And I also write in the element that this particular build is more tied to. And if this is a humanoid, a demonic creature, or monstrous creature, this also affects how the level up is applied. For the most part, we're going to be probably putting bosses on monstrous, and the element will just be whatever it is. But we have this here. So we're not going to go too deep into just the coding and things like that. I think I want to have, so a lot of what I've been doing recently, very recently, has been shuffling around methods. So this is supposed to have, in the initial parameter section, it's supposed to have the ability to create initial parameter groups, right? But this should only exist on, well, it does exist over here. Like if I go here, right, it's right here. We can create it. So I think I want to take this, this is the regular monsters, and rename this to level 0. All right. I think I want to take this. And actually, let's take a look at what's going on over here, because I don't want to... properties. How did this... Construct data. We have a small issue here. We have a small issue, right? Um, hmm. Hmm. We have a small issue. So we would just need to name this something like that. And this would need to be named something like this. There. Hmm. Maybe I should have changed how this worked. So this is one of the systems that I had put together for Godot. It kind of just indexes all of this data here. So in script, it's easy for me to, I don't have to worry about typos with this, right? I can just call zenith stage and it will handle calling this particular object for me. That's the idea. And it works. It's fine. There's just, I'm less familiar with Godot's setup. And I'm also less familiar with my own setup, apparently. But this is automatically generated as I create new stuff here. And if these two have identical names here, we have a problem. I was actually thinking about making it so we use this, the folder name, and then this. But I've decided against it because you might end up having like a boss in another folder. So like for different reasons. So I decided to just go by the name of the class instead. That's neither here nor there. Let's get into exactly what the constructs need. So the first thing that I captured or realized that we need is the function that's already here. Right? This function right here, where is it? Mob construct, generate basic stats, right? Like if I click this, it will generate some basic stats instead of me having to plug in each one individually. So we want to do that. We want to give that, I think, to a higher level inside of the script. So let's do that. I think we want to put this, the simplest way of handling this would, I think, be to put this further up. And I'm going to do that right now. So generate basic stats, generate advanced stats is what I think I'm going to do. All right, I think that's the answer. So let's give myself a clean slate first. And now let's do this. Construct. And we're looking for these 4. Okay, so the mob construct has it here. This is what we were looking at a second ago with add stats. All right, and it's going to add these stats, which is fine. But we want to take this add stat and we want to bring it up to the construct data level. And we also want to take the generate basic stats and bring that up to the construct data level. And then we're going to add a second one for the kind of stats that we want. So we probably want to make it, let's do that right here, since we're down here where it's nice and empty. Bunk, generate. Okay. Now the thing is that these are paired. So this health, you're going to start off with 10 health maximum. And your max health is going to start off with 10 points. That's the idea here, right? And so when you do something like add stats, it's doing this to the append. It's adding stats to the list. And then when we're going to generate the actual, or rather when we're going to create a stat, we can just get the stats initial values from this. That's how this is all set up. Right? We don't have, so health and max health don't know anything about one another in the actual game. Right? Because we haven't made that connection yet. And we're going to do that all later on, with the connection between the logic, or sorry, the logical connections between the different stats. So let's do, it's very similar. I can just copy this, really. Paste. So this is probably going to be like the stats that you're going to see on players or something like that. Or NPCs. All right. Let's take a look at our stats section. Okay, so over here we have a couple of things that we don't have on basic. We're going to start with age. And I guess we can put age at like, I don't know, 10. Oh, let's 18 is the usual. We're going to leave all of these here, and down here is where I'm going to put this stuff. Athletics. Now, the other way that I had set this up, right, is I could do it like this also. but I'm not going to. I'm just showing the other system that you saw me working, or saw me showing. I could do something like this. Stat, I think it's base stat data dot, and we can do something like athletics. So that's there, and we can do 2, or sorry, 1 and 10, right? And that'll work also, which is part of the system that I had made on the other side. But we're not going to do that. Oops. So I probably should, right? Make use of the systems. No, let's not. This is explicit enough. But I could also be making typographical errors here. So this is actually a perfect place to do it. Let's go properties dot stat base stat data dot age. You can go 1. I can't unfortunately breeze past this. Health. Has to be maybe something. Yeah, this part is always the same, so let's do that. Save ourselves a little bit of time. Oops, max health. Like, yeah. I think we can get away with doing this again. Copy pasting. Give myself a few seconds. Okay. And that already feels better. Because I'm guaranteed that this is the correct assignment. I'm not making any kind of typos. Which is awesome. So the rest of them are comprehension, endurance. Oops. Now we're going to change the numbers. These numbers are really arbitrary. They do not matter for the most part. We're going to, it's meant to be changed from the inspector. Right? These are just like generic numbers. I could probably get away with just putting 0, but I like to put something in there in case I ever forget. But yeah. And longevity. Let's actually go back up here. These two are related. And trying to keep them together. Yeah, this has to be like a higher number. Mainly because in this game, if your age ever surpasses your longevity, you start having the chance of just dying from old age. Um, so we have athletics, comprehension, endurance, and there's resolve. Where's yes, I have resolve. Okay. Uh, properties. Okay, I think that's all of the stats altogether. In most cases, enemies, the basic enemy will not have all of these stats. They just have this stuff. This is kind of like going into that area of we don't care how much defense each enemy has. We're just going to be slapping them with damage. And the amount of damage that we slap them with is based on whatever we push out. So the numbers get crunched as far as the damage we do on the player, and that gets pushed into the class that's going to accept the damage on the monster. And in the monster's case, it's just going to take that damage straight to itself. It has no actual resistances to any of the damage that you're going to be throwing out at it. Besides, um, maybe later on I'll add elements to it. Like it'll do a check to see if it's the element of the attack is something that it can resist, and there'll be some mitigation there, I guess. But I'm not really overly invested in the idea of these guys really having any kind of ability to mitigate damage. Bosses can, and there should be quite a few creatures that are boss like. But the overall idea is that are we done? Yeah, okay. The overall idea is that these guys kind of they rely on their realm being higher. So there is a mitigating factor on damage if you're going up against a regular monster and it's like much higher level than you. I think that's it. And so we go here and we'll just copy this for the most part. Okay, that should be good. So now we can generate some advanced stats, and we could generate um, basic stats. So we also need to do something real quick. Is we need to say that stats is equal to new stats. All right, we don't. I don't think we need to clear the array. I think that's something that it does on its own. This is just replacing this place. Might make sense to clear it. All right, let's do the stats. Doesn't hurt anything. To clear it. Okay. All right. So, yeah, and now I have these two. So I'm going to do the next thing, which is so we need to take the stats and we need to take these two properties. So, stats, where are you? Where is it? Stats array. Should be an array somewhere. Maybe it's at the higher point. I think it's at a higher point. Yeah, I believe it's at the higher point. It's already up there. So let's do this. This is going to cause some errors. I hate this about Godot, but it does this all the time. Construct data. Let's go up. Yep, there it is, stats. So we're going to make first an add export group subgroup. Um, create stat group. And then we paste that here. Right? And now we're going to, it's going to whine about this not actually existing. Generate that stats. What is this? Okay. Yeah, you see, I was doing all kinds of wonky stuff in the past. I'm a different person now. Let's go here. Okay. Let's get rid of that. And there we go. Okay, and that should eliminate that. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I was originally thinking that what I would do is I would just do generate basic stats, and then I would have those basic stats be different based on which creature was calling it. Right? But for some reason, it wasn't being displayed. I don't know why. Oh, right, because this didn't exist, so this part wasn't being displayed. So this part actually needs to be up here. So we might actually not need the generate advanced stats. We could possibly get away with doing a generate basic stat further down. Now, like if we go to the boss, we can probably go and put this. Let's actually do that. Let's go here. Like I said, this is mostly just shuffling around code. So at the boss's level, we can go ahead and do this. Do something like generate basic stats, and then at the character construct, you can go generate basic stats, right? Because it's only the mobs that are going to be different, really. And then we can go back up to the construct. And we can actually, let's just comment this out for right now. And that should do it. So now when we call generate basic stats, the mob doesn't have anything here. But what it will do is it's going to, this is just inheritance. It's going to actually call the inherited classes version of it, which is this. And this will just create basic stats for that. But if we call it on the character, so if we call the character construct, it'll just bring up this version. And so now we can actually have a separate version for bosses also. You can get modular that way. And for now, this is identical to the character, but who knows? Down the road, I might want to add things that only bosses can have as far as stats goes. Similar to all the others. Okay. Next is we save, and now we're going to get a ton of errors. Oh, shoot. Didn't get, not a single one. Awesome. Okay. What next? One sec. Yeah, sorry. I didn't even notice I had my OBS was on a separate thing. Sorry about that. I'll put it on my side for now. And hello, how are you doing, Windsonger? And thank you, I think. It's just how I have Godot being displayed. It's going to display pretty big. Okay, let's get back into it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. try to answer them if you're interested in like game development. All right, so the next step is that's basic inheritance. So the next step is we go and test this out. So let's see what this looks like now in their bosses. So under boss, yes, we can create a stat. This is our subgroup, so we can create the basic stats. And this, if you look here at this array has no stat. Yeah, this array has no stats in it, but if I go here and just do generate basic stat, oh shoot, I forgot something. Hold on. You have to do this in Godot. Completely forgot. We have to go here, and we have to put at tool. That means that we have to do it here also. Nope, I have it there. We have it there, and we have it here. Okay, good. Now let's try it out. So let's go here, at tool. That's not good. What's happening? Generate basic stats. It should be doing a call. Let's see what I actually did. So learning experience. So we use the getter setter on generate basic stats. So let's just do a quick debug. Let's do a print A. We can find out if what's happening here. Output, nothing. We don't get an output there. Could be that I just need to restart Godot. Like 99% of the times that fixes things. Oh yeah, this is something I'm going to get into later on. So I'm going to want to add abilities in a modular way as well. I'm just not exactly sure how I want to implement them. I think I'm going to actually set this up in a way that like basic attack, special attack, so on, like that's how it's set up. Or I just might leave it as an array and try to figure out how to identify the different abilities. Regardless, we have here a situation. Okay, so this is saying that it's not. Let's test this out over here and see what happens. That's okay. Create stack group. Okay, it's doing it over here. Output. Oop. Yep, Godot crashed. One sec. Oh no, it didn't crash. It's just the engine it crashed, but the game I had the actual game running in the background. Okay, sorry about that. Trying to figure out how to do something. There we go. Good enough. Okay, let's get back to it. Yeah, so Godot had just crashed, and we are now opening it up again. More than likely, I did a Stack Overflow. 99. It's probably still doing the other thing, and then when I call the other thing, it just like, okay. But this isn't a heavy call. I just don't know why it's not. Probably will work right now. Let's check. Bosses. Let's see. Yeah, see, now it's working. Nope, it's... Yeah, there we go. Okay, Godot crashed one more time. I have an idea of what's happening. I need to... I'm not sure why it's happening that way, but we have thoughts. Godot, open please. Not sure if is OBS actually Oh, OBS. Okay. There it is. Okay, we're good. So let's examine what the heck is happening here. So we do a check on this. The first off is that this thing is actually running now. The second thing is that we're doing generate basic stats, but there's something going on in generate basic stat that it doesn't like. So the first thing that we do is we clear stats. Right? Then the next thing that we do is we created an array, and then we just passed stats in. But on the boss construct, it's a little bit the same. We just added more stuff. So my guess is something might be happening here. There's a quick way to find this out. Comment this out. And let's just put something like health and put 10 here real quick. And let's just see what happens. Okay, that worked perfectly fine. So let's do a quick test of things. Print properties, not A. Let's try that one more time. Is it going to crash? It crashes. Let's take a look at what's going on there. Let's reopen this real quick. Take a look. It might be that it just hasn't updated. Nope, it's over here. Do another test real quick. If Okay, let's test that out. I think I understand it a little bit, but I'm kind of a little bit scared about what exactly, because I've tested it out at running. I'm pretty sure that what's happening here is it's not running. So we're going to try it now. Anything bad happen? So far, no. It's saying that this doesn't exist. That's its point. It's saying, hey, this actually doesn't exist. This doesn't ensure that. Sorry. This, what is it? This, let's say that this, hmm. Let's say this class doesn't, this nested class doesn't this. Right, and finally, oops. Interesting stuff. Like, Godot knows it's there, but then it doesn't know it's there. So we're going to find out exactly how much Godot knows. All right, so let's go back over here. Okay, it's saying this property doesn't exist and it is null. I'm so confused. Because when I look at it, it's not null. Unless the typo, did I make a typo? Let's take a look. It looks normal when I looked at it before. It's an array, and it's going to be equal to it might be that this needs to have that could be what the situation is. That I'm trying to get access to this, but because it's not a tool, it's coming back with nothing in it. Like it's not actually running this line of code. It's just checking to see if that property exists. So there's nothing there, in other words. It just says, yeah, this property's here, but then it doesn't know if there's anything in it because it's not marked as a tool to run this line. That's what I'm thinking is happening here. So we'll try it now. Might need to restart Godot for this to work, but let's try it. See what happens. Where are you? Yep, there it is. That's all it was. You just have to add tool to it. That's a little annoying. Let's go and add tool to the other one also. Actually, we have to do quite a bit of work on this now because I didn't realize that static, where are you, scenes? Yeah, so this is a temporary, this is just a band-aid. But there's something else that I have to do to ensure that this will always, because this script will rewrite itself the moment that I start making new stuff in the project. It's just, that's the way it was designed to work. So I just need to make sure that it has this on the top every time it rewrites itself. Oh, okay. So now we figured out what the reason why this wasn't working was. Let's go back to, where were we working before? I think it was, nope, not here. I think it was the boss construct, yeah. So we can get rid of this now. And these should work. There we go. And let's just do this real quick. Toggle. And now let's run this and see what happens. Do we crash again? Nope, it did it perfectly. So here we go. We have age, 18, longevity, 90, health, 10, so on. And we can just go in and change the stuff here. That's the idea. All right? And it'll create these stats. And then if I go to mobs, right? This one I believe is in, yeah, it's based on this script. Even though it's all referencing the same thing, if I call this here, where is it? Yeah, it's right here. So if I call this here, let's clear this array real quick. And so now it's nothing in it. If I just call this here, you'll see that it populates with something completely different. Right? That's it, working as it should. Okay, and then, you know, I could add other elements, but that would be something that would be like super specific to this particular mob if I was doing it from here. But generally speaking, if I want to generate stats, I'd want to do it from over here. Because then this way has a check in it to make sure that the same stat isn't added twice. Okay, but at least we know that our system is working. It was just we needed to add tool to it. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Actually, no, let's focus. Let's focus in on this. So we don't need this part right now. That's the problem with coding when you bump into those edge cases or bugs and you're like, hey, yeah, let's jump to that. Oh, you gotta focus. um, just make a note and come back to it later. So that's there. And so now let's get back into what it takes to build. So the first thing is we have our stats system set up, right? So now from this point going forward, we have a way of putting stats on a construct in a very quick way. We can just generate this, that. The next thing is this is a character. We're dealing with, I want to focus, let's focus on the character actually. Right, I want to get a character running. I want to get an actual player character running if I can today. So unlike the other ones, the character can have equipment. Right? NPCs and characters can all have equipment on them. And they can all have inventories in this game. So there's a lot of data, kind of what I was working on a lot. There's a lot of data that needs to be managed here, and it needs to be managed in the most efficient way possible. So basically, Where is it? There is a add to inventory. Shoot, I keep forgetting that this thing is. There we go. Let's do something like this real quick. I'm trying to set something up really fast. See if I can get this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that should make it easier. So if there is chat, I should have an easy time with spotting it. Okay. Good enough. That's good enough for government work. Okay. So, um, we now have a way of adding in stats. Let's go back up one step real quick. Let's just make sure that we're done up there before we go down. We don't need this anymore, so let's clean this up a bit. We don't need this. We have a different way of handling that now. We have abilities. So all things have abilities. Right? Everything. Everything has an ability. The question is, are we going to break that up? Because, and this is kind of implementation, right? How am I going to handle this implementation? I mean, is it going to be that? And let me actually show you what I mean by breaking it up. So abilities fit into just about everything in my design pattern here. So I can do something like, okay, and this is a particular ability. So now this system would basically be me doing the same thing that I did down here, but with abilities. That's what I mean by breaking things up. Or, so now the benefit of doing it that way is I really do not have to worry about duplication of abilities, right? Like if I call an ability, there's a very quick way of getting that particular ability. And this comes back down to just how they made Godot and me not having a way of working around what they did, which is they made it so that way dictionaries are exposed as not type specific, right? So I can't really say, hey, this is a, if I only want one movement type, I can't just make it that case. I have to figure out a different way. And that's one of the viable ways of handling it. So there's a couple things rattling around in my head with regards of how to handle ability setup here. And mind you, this has nothing to do with the character itself. This is just how I, as a developer, get to put new abilities onto characters. So the first thing is the abilities that are going to go on this, right? I don't think they need to go here. I think that abilities should be handled separately. I think that abilities should have their own manager kind of situation going on. And the reasoning behind it is that these constructs are not specific to a particular character. They're just an archetype, effectively, of stats, of values. So abilities, I think we can just entirely get rid of. I think that would simplify what this class is supposed to do. All this class wants to have on it are things that I'm going to see like over here. Let's go here real quick. This could be a very good guideline for this entity. There we go. So it just needs to know its stats effectively, according to this. This is the only thing that is always going to be here for every entity. Stats that it could have. Right? And I think abilities needs to be something completely separate that we can attach to a specific scene. So on this level, actually, active entity, we probably, and this is inheriting, this is now the actual scene object, right? Before we were just dealing with data. This is the actual scene object. So the way that this is supposed to be handled in my mind is we want to add export bar movement type, or let's name it ability. And we can go with ability data. Right? And then we can go at. So that's how the creature or object, if it moves, is going to move. And we just drag and drop that into the class itself on the inspector. Or the scene itself in the inspector. Then the next thing would probably be inside of the let's go back to, let's get rid of this real quick. The next thing that we probably want to have, which I believe is taken care of already inside of Gnosis, is its element. But I think the Gnosis has its own element. The creature needs its own element also. So aside from stats, initial parameters, so add, let's actually do it above this. I don't think, because element starts to get specific again. So I think actually the element should be here, the active entity. Right, so this is the element of this particular entity. We can set that up. This is its basic movement. So let's make ourselves, and this is its weapon that it's using. Attacking, its hurt box, and its construct data. Okay, so far so good. Abilities not declared in current scope. Where is this? Construct data 47. So for abilities, I'm going to go pretty simple on it. We're going to have, I think, each ability, I'm talking about like attacking abilities. Each one is going to have its own range. And there's going to be a global cooldown on entities. So when it's off cooldown, it'll try to attack. If it's in range, it'll attack within the range. It'll just ping attack on all of its attacks. And then it'll fire off true on one of the attacks. And if any of the attacks ping off true, then it just stops pinging for the next attack and resets its global cooldown. That's what I'm thinking we're going to do in the attack part. But before that, on the construct data, we have a issue at line 47 with the ability that we removed. We don't need this anymore. Trimming the fat, as it were. Okay. So let's take a look here what's happening. We have this, which is just going to pass in the stat that we create. So this is how we create stats. And then we want to apply the parameters that we have of that particular stat. So what does this mean exactly? So this means what I'm trying to do here. Sorry, this is old code. I'm just trying to figure out what I meant to do with this. What I'm trying to do here is I want to go into the array of stats. And for each stat that, basically just get the stat that matches the stat that we created. So let's just do that. For data in stat. If data.0 is what am I looking at? Supposed to be stat data. It's always data. I don't know why it's not acting. Oh, whoops. No, still not doing it. Resource. So confused. What's happening here? If parameter stat cannot be used as a type, but it is a type. Is this ghosting something? That's... This is... Oh, it's... Status is stat. I'm gonna break here just so I remember. Don't have to remember. What is this? What's happening here? If data 0, which is the name of the stat, is the stat.data. Let's take a look. Stat has data in it. Pretty sure. Unless I named it something else. Base stat data. It's right here. What the heck is happening here? What did I miss? Alright, let's do it this way. Easiest way to test what's happening. Comment this out. How do we do this? Toggle, there it is. And we say that dot data. Okay. Okay, so it's picking it up there. What the heck is happening? All right, let's do it this way. Data. And then we go like this. Toggle comment. We go data. And here we say, oops. Okay, now it picked it up. What? Oh, whoops. There we go. And this is data. Stat. There you go. We break out and continue. Okay. So, whenever we do a get stat from the construct, what we're actually doing is we are this is confusing. Hold on. What are we doing here exactly? Oh. Shuffled array is going to be equal to stats. Right? And then we shuffle that. I don't know why we're shuffling it, but we're shuffling it. And for stats in shuffled array, new dict has that. I don't think we need to shuffle anything. Again, this is old code, so I'm gonna have to look at something that would call this to figure out why I'm shuffling it here. And then for the stats, okay, there's a problem with just the getStat function, period. So let's actually, I don't think we need this. Let's go back one step. So we do need a dictionary because we're returning the dictionary out, but let's just do this real quick. Let's toggle this. Let's toggle this. Okay, first, we need to get, this is get stats. So this is returning, this isn't looking for a specific stat, it's looking for a dictionary of stats. So we don't need to do the additional stuff over here. Oh, well, I mean, this is all we really have to do. We don't need to do it in a separate thing. So we can just do something like this. For stat in stats. Okay, and then we need to do a var data is going to be equal to, this is going to be the stat data, going to be equal to static get data. This is another one of those things that I made. repository. No, we don't need to do that actually, because we're going to be doing a specific thing. So we can do get stat. And we can put in the stat 0. Okay. Then we do, let's just make sure getStat is returning what I think it's returning. Yes, stat data. Okay. So now, next is the conversion. So we go var new stat is going to be equal to data dot create, and we pass in the owner. Right? And at the same time, we go new stat dot add points, and this is going to be stat 1. And finally, we say new if not new dict dot has the new stat dot, oh wait, now we can just do this. Then we can do new stat dot no, sorry, backwards. Then we can do new dict, and we can put in the stat 0 is going to be equal to new stat. And that should be it. And then from there, we return new dict. And that'll give us our dictionary of stats that we need. So we don't need this extra stuff. There you go. And boom. Right, that should do everything that we were just trying to do. So now we do get stats neatly, tidily in one function. We didn't need a helper. Well, technically we are using helpers through these static functions, but that's a secret. The next part is we have now the ability to get stats. This is doing a couple things. It's creating a stat and getting a stat. This is actually very important for data management, right? Because Godot does have a way for you to instantiate, or rather create. It's the same thing. Create instances, instantiate of the resource file, the resource type. The problem with that is, I don't trust it because I come from a background where you don't want to mess with scriptable objects in Unity in a way where you're utilizing them at runtime, because I just don't want those problems. Like, there's enough problems. So some people, when they get into scriptable objects, or rather disk-based information, they're like, yes, this is going to save so much and make it so much easier to develop because you're not coding anything really, right? You're just doing stuff. Okay, great. That's trap, because a lot of videos that you'll ever see on YouTube, especially about scriptable objects, they'll give you like the offhanded warning. Hey, this is some cool stuff. Just make sure that you manage your data persistence. But they never go into the data persistence, and the ones that I've seen that do, they never actually give you I think, a solid way of handling that. And I think that's one of the big hurdles between a novice programmer and somebody who understands data management. Like, once you've gotten past that hurdle, you've entered into an area of programming where, hey, congratulations, you understand how to read code for the purposes of data management. There's different reasons to understand code, right? Um, so with that said, this is just getting the stats, and so when on the stats call, this will actually just properly return a dictionary of these stats that we've created and apply these parameters like 10, 10, 15, blah, 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 to the stat. I'm just happy this is working, to be honest with you. Super happy about that. But, yeah, so we can now create stats and effects. Do we want, I don't think we want effects to exist on the construct either. I'll be honest. I think effects are kind of a unique thing that they should not just be something that a construct has. Because originally I had planned on making each construct unique, and then I realized, like maybe last night or yesterday, that it would just be so much easier on myself for development if I made them super generic, and that includes getting rid of that. Yeah, right? The construct shouldn't have to worry about any of that. So when this construct, basically, in my mind, I have, let's say, like a mushroom enemy. Okay, I can drag and drop this onto the mushroom enemy, and its stats will be applied when it's, in that case, uh, is what this is handling. And it'll also apply, like, this is its path of leveling up, that particular creature, right? And this handles actually taking the initial stats that are over here and applying levels to them. That makes sense. Okay. So, yeah, and this will automate the level up process when we do that. So, there's a difference though, right? Because NPCs might want it, but the player is the only one who does not want to construct their own. They don't want, you don't want the player to have like an automated level up system. You want it to be that the player has to go out, get the experience, and level up. So my brain is still parsing that, but this is good enough. Okay, we still got no errors. Um, let's organize a little bit again. Let's move this up here. Okay. I think we're safe. Regards to this, construct gnosis. So in order to avoid this, all we have to do is, I think we probably want, no. Oh boy. Yeah, we probably want, hmm, hmm, interesting. I give myself these complications. I really do. Son of a gun. Let's just let's just proceed forward. We're eventually going to get to a place where it works, right? One step at a time. Um, we can get rid of this. I keep deleting that. I don't know. Maybe I'm not saving. But like the third time I've deleted that. Okay, so let's get rid of everything again. So now we're in the next step, which is the creation of oops, one sec. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, so we're in the next step, which is the creation of um, the character. So we're gonna have to. It's like we're gonna be working in two places at the same time. The first place is gonna be on the character itself, the player, as it were, this guy. And the second step is going to be trying to get parity between what the construct is supposed to do and what the player needs it to do in order for the player to come into existence. Then after that, I'm going to just organize out the code so that way the player functions in a modular way, that it doesn't matter what I do to the construct unless I start messing with that player specific stuff. Or rather that the player can utilize the generic stuff, sorry. So far we have one which is generic enough for everybody, which is the stat system. The second thing is the gnosis, which might be something that I want to excise out of the construct, but I'm just not sure yet where else I want to keep that. Maybe make it into a static thing and just pass in some values and have it handle itself. I don't know yet. But it's something that needs to be handled anyways. But let's go ahead and start messing with this player. So let's go player. Okay, so in the player scene, we have this, which takes in the construct for the player. Right? Player construct is what we call it. It's interesting. Did I make something called player construct? Let's find out. Constructs. Player.trace. What script is this? Character construct. So it's not actually player construct. I must have named it player construct, I guess. I don't know where it got that name from. It's interesting. What is it called? Player construct. Where the heck did we have construct, character construct, character construct. So player construct doesn't exist. It's weird. Let's check. One sec. Yeah, player construct doesn't exist. I don't know where that came from. Okay, so what does the character construct have on it? The weapons that you're going to put on. So let's go here and take a look at that. Assets. Okay, humanoids is what this would fit under. So we create new resource, and we're going to name this one. This is going to definitely be a character construct. And we're going to name this one, obviously, player. Initial player, yes. Initial player. Okay, boom. We're gonna name this down here, resources, initial player. This should really be the only one of its type, but just in case it isn't, right? We're gonna name it that because we might, I don't know, maybe we have the ability to, I don't know, say the player has a vision going into the future or something like that, where they're just much more powerful, and we can just jump back and forth between the player's actual stats and then the construct of that player at that point, kind of thing. Which now brings back, maybe the player should have its own construct specifically, is what I'm thinking. And that construct can have ability, effects and abilities on it, right? Because the player does already have its own specific player class. think it makes sense to do that. So we go here, we go to create new script, and we're going to go with player construct. Now we need to fix the naming on this. Construct, unlike the others, is going to actually class name player, whoops, construct. It's going to extend the character construct, right? And on this, it'll have a category for the, holy cow, what am I thinking on? It'll have the category for abilities and effects. Right, because this is specific to the player. At the start of the game. So I don't think this thing is blowing my mind, right? It really is. Because it's like, how exactly is this going to be set up? When the player starts the game, they get to pick their background, they get to pick information about themselves, and then they get to jump into the game with all of that stuff that they picked. Which means that a construct doesn't fit that situation. The abilities that they get at the very beginning of the game are based on the abilities that they picked, right? So everybody starts with a particular movement type. I don't think we need the player construct. You know what? We're going to leave it here for now. And we're just going to come up with a better way of handling it. But for right now, we're going to leave it like this. That's going to be a thing. Let's go to the player real quick. So in order for the player to work, we already have this working, but I don't want to use this system. I want to use Godot's built-in system for this. The system that I had built, where is it? Handle, physics process, on movement pressed. All right, so the system that I had built here wants to go to inputs. And inputs, input system, yeah, there we go. Let's actually do this real quick. Oops, extends. Ref counted. There we go. And also, we need to do that with entities. It's fine. Okay, that's fine. So the idea here is that this direction is getting information from the input system. Thing is, I don't think we need to do that. Right? It works perfectly fine. It is receiving information here. And this is unique only to the player anyway. But I don't think we need to do that. Godot has a built-in way of handling this inside of what's called an input map. Right? The problem was that I couldn't get the input map to work what I wanted. And every time, well, more like the problem is every time that I use Godot's input map, I would end up forgetting how to even use Godot's input map. That makes sense. Like, I just completely kept forgetting how it's supposed to work each and every single time, so I just decided to make my own. But it's not complicated. Show built-in. It isn't complicated, I believe. I could not figure out for the life of me how to get access to it. So I already have some inputs put in on their input system. And then if I go to my input system, let me see if I can find out how I got access to it. Yeah, I still don't even know how I got access to it. Like I'm looking at it, I'm like the built-in way they handled it is it's just something that doesn't stick in my brain for some reason. Where is it? Maybe I'm missing something. Handle movement. Where's calling handle movement? Input class, input data. That's not good. There we go. Okay. Right. This is the problem that I had, I believe. Right? Like we're getting the event from input. Where the heck is this? Yeah. Okay. Um, see something before I make. Yeah. Okay. Good. I don't know what the heck is happening here. I'll be honest with you, but it's picking up on an event. There should be something sending that a signal. I guess it must be built into Godot or something, but it's picking up on the event. And then it tries to say that whatever the code of the event is nothing. Then it says, is this an input key event? And then it runs compare inputs, which is something that I made down here. There you go. It just wants to check to see if what the input that we're dealing with is something that's on a controller or something that's on mouse and keyboard. Right? Yeah, this is the closest I could ever get to it, I'll be honest. Enums are, yeah, and then this is the Godot built-in stuff. I think what it is, they have it. What's confusing me about it is they have two different methods of handling how inputs are received, and I just don't know a clear way. I'd probably have to watch like a guide on it like 6 or 7 times before it registers what the heck is happening here. But I do know that this system that I made basically just converts the Godot inputs into something more human readable for me. And then I'm just like, after that, creating objects for each type of input and then just passing that same object around instead of dealing with. And that object has two things happening in it. is it? This is the initialize. There we go. The object has a couple things happening in it. The first thing is that it has a name, has the controller input code, the mouse and keyboard input code, and then it's just doing a comparison with whatever call is made against these, right? When we do compare. And that's really what it is. It's just figuring out, hey, are you using a keyboard or are you using mouse? That was it. But I would rather use Godot's built-in system. It's just right now my brain is not ready for whatever nonsense that that's asking me to understand. Okay. Let's just stick with the system that I made for now. The player. So let's test this stuff piece by piece first, right? So we do know that this is supposed to be working. However, this is not handling any movement. There's no handle. There is a handle movement method somewhere, is there? Yeah, it's right here. Okay. So this handle movement on every physics process is going to be tapping into entity, abilities, and execute movement. So before we even get there, let's start trying to figure out. And we should set that up. So we know that entities now, as far as the construct data goes, is only populated from the now is only populating the stats so far. Right, that's the only thing that we've turned online. So we're going to connect the dots here. I don't believe that this has... What are you talking about? What did I name it? It's named construct data. That's what it is. Where the heck? There it is. We're actually going to turn this off real quick. Okay. So now, entity. We're going to turn only one thing on in entity, which is going to be the stack creator part. And we just run a check on that to see if it's working. So it's engineering 101. Active entity. Actor. Okay. So in actor, the very first thing it wants to check is that. So we're going to toggle that. Okay, good. So there should be only, by the time we're done with this, there should be only two things that we're going to be creating on this from the construct data on initialization. One is the stats, and the other is the gnosis of this entity. Then after that, we need to create effects, right? So yeah. So where are we right now? We're in actor entity. Initializing with the data, we pass the data. And what is the data that we're passing? Construct data. And then we run set owner self. Gotcha. Okay, so then when we do set owner self, that's when we populate. So right here, we set owner. Right, we are populating effects. Now, the effects that we populate, it, this is only, sorry, this is only when it's initializing. Right? So let's go here. And we can do something like, just to let me know, func set up effects and abilities. Okay. So over here, we want to pass in whatever we get for effects and abilities. Or actually, where would it get the information for this? There's only two places. One is when we're doing the initialization. We're going to add it from wherever the source is that we're pulling. And then the other one is from when we are loading a game. Then we're getting it from the data manager, right? The data manager already has the entity stored. So really what's happening is once this is initialized and we set that up, then the next thing is the data manager should technically, oh, this got complex. So the easy solution to this, but that's not a solution, actually. Oh, wow, my brain is skipping. All right, so what's happening here is, let's say an NPC. The way that I'm setting this up is that the NPC's initial, let's say the NPC has traits. Those are effectively effects, right? So I am trying to get my brain to figure out, how do I get the NPC set up on the same system that the player is set up on? Because the player's initial setup is designed by the player itself. Like at the very beginning, you get to select your background and stuff like that. But with NPCs, they can also have backgrounds and stuff like that. But with regular mobs, they probably don't have backgrounds, stuff like that. Right? So we'd have to have something that's going to generate backgrounds. And that would handle that part, which would then assign traits. So before this happens, we want to check if the entity already has data related to the abilities and stuff like that. And if it does, so we can do something like this. right? Okay, that looks about right to me. So, what does this mean exactly? It means that we need to make a generator or something that's going to generate initial effects. And then once this is called, so I think I get it. So this is going to be something that's inherited. Then this is going to come down to just having a pass here real quick. Then we can go to a lower level. Let's go down to the actor level. And over here is where we do this. Oops. What was it called? Setup, effects, and abilities. Setup. Okay, and then we put it in. So with this done, we can call that, and now we can say, okay, we need abilities, effects, and we need to go up one level. No, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. We can actually go down one level into characters, actor. There we go. Get out of that. And where am I? Character. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Right. And so now the next thing. Right. Next thing is the and just take this real quick. Right. And so over here now, you can say something like super. Um, leave that as that for right now. And then we can say this. Okay, you want to be stupid? We can be stupid. You gotta save each time. There we go. Now, that's it. Okay. So now let's do that. And we're going to do if get inventory. Okay. Not found in base actor. Setup, effects, and abilities. What did I name it? Pretty sure. Effects and abilities. Let's just copy paste it and see what we get. Oh, whoops. Okay, sure. Need to restart Godot. That should deal with that. Yep, there we go. Fixed. Okay. So the idea here is that we're going to check to see if we have an inventory. Right? At some point, we're going to do setup on this. And when we do setup, we're going to call all the other stuff. Well, actually, let's do this before we call super and anything else for this. But we're going to check to see if we have an inventory. If we do not, then we are going to create one here. Then when we go up, which is this is what super is calling, we check to see if we have abilities, chakras, and effects, and we are going to basically do the same thing. So at some level, I think one level up, this does do a retention, or does retain information from the base character, right? The entity that this is on, the scene that this resides on. So the idea is I'm going to put onto the scene itself the chakra types, I think, that particular scene should have. So we're going to make a new thing, and we're going to put that. I was hoping to just put everything into construct, but we're breaking the construct apart into pieces. All right, and the scene, it just works better this way. Because Godot wants you to do everything in scenes. In Unity, I would have gotten away with putting everything on a scriptable object. But Godot wants you to make things in scenes, and there's just certain things you can't get around unless you do it through a scene. So because of the main issue comes back down to how they store their scenes. They use what's called a packed scene, which for a lot of people who might be using Unity, they might recognize what's kind of doing as a prefab, but this is actually where the distinction happens, where with a prefab you can still make changes to components in the prefab. With a packed scene, it's packed. I don't know if there's a way to actually go in and make changes to particular elements in the scene in any meaningful way. So this is the best bet. But the idea here is we check to see the owner entity, right? If we go up to entity, we have the owner active entity. Okay. But now the other side of this trick is the data manager. Because after this is done the first time, if this is like the player, when they load back into the game, they don't have to do this again. Right? They don't. They shouldn't have to. Right? So the data that's being passed, we need to find out if and we don't need to actually do this here. We need to do it further down in character. Right? So over here, it wants to do this. So we say if data is dictionary. Let's actually move that. Do we need to? No. Let's leave that here for now. Because stat still relies on data, and stats is further up the chain. Or rather, stats still relies on data that isn't a dictionary type. So if data is dictionary, then we are going to call setup and pass in data. Right? And then here we'll do something like, let's look at the save data real quick and see how we set it up here. So we're actually going to pass in data inventory. And we're going to get data here. And we're going to say inventory, yep, is equal to inventory. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We're actually just going to pass in the raw data here. There we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, this is basically this right here. Okay, this can return void. All right, let's go up a step and just correct the ones above it. So they're all doing the same thing. This is expecting a dictionary. Okay, that should do it. Okay, good. Entity, character, function does not match the parent signature, blah, blah, blah. Yep, we need to restart Godot. One sec. Failed to load scripts. Characters, what's going on? Yeah, at least that part's working. This part is saying inventory is equal to too few arguments in a new call, expected at least 2, but received 1. Oh. There. And super is expecting data. Okay, awesome. And then as we go back up the chain now, at some point this is wait, what was it? Yeah. We are. Let's not go there yet. Let's focus on finishing what we were working on. So we first call init, and it's going to pass up data And this is going to populate the entity information that we need that we're going to be using down here. Then we go back and say, if the data is a dictionary, then we're going to pass this in. Else, pass. This is where we're going to get inventory from inventory creation. We have some method that's going to be handling the different inventory that creatures will start off with. All right. Generally speaking, once we've loaded the game, it should load this part. That's the idea. So yeah, we can get rid of this now. So do we actually need this? I don't think we do. I do not think we do, but for some reason I think we do need it also. What's the difference? This is still called, right? I think for the sake of just keeping it as super simple as possible, I don't think we need this. I'll be honest. I think we're okay with just moving this over here. Right? And we know that on initialization, that inventory is nothing. There's nothing in it. So the very first thing we want to check if the data is a dictionary. So we don't need to worry about that. And we do need to check if data has inventory. Okay. And then if it doesn't, then we initialize an inventory here. And that, my friend, how we do it. Okay. So now the next step is we go up the chain. And we're going to basically be emulating this, so we can just copy this for the most part. Right? But right now the construct is what can be passed in through here. And the stats will handle that. So the only part that's going to look really different is going to be the top level, which has to have both one for the construct and one for the stats. Otherwise, these have to have their own, have to make a call to something else that's going to populate this. Let's go up one step to the actor real quick. Okay. So else. So now this shouldn't exist here at all. All right, we're going to treat it like it's not there. That needs to actually go up one level. If data is dictionary. If the data is a dictionary, then the next thing that we want to find out is the ability stuff, right? We don't need to actually run these again. We don't need to do that check because this is an initialization, so these don't actually exist yet. But what we do need to do is find out if data has, I think it's called, probably is going to be called abilities. Pass it for now. If data dot has, the next one is going to be called effects and equipped. So the reason why this is here is because it's entirely possible for something to be equipped with something, but not have an inventory. That's the way I was thinking about it, but I might change that. I don't know. And I'm going to move Gnosis up one level, I think. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to do that. No, I'm going to keep it at this level. Any level that chakra equipped. Okay. All right. So abilities, in this case, if it does have it, is going to be equal to abilities dot new data dot abilities self. And that's what we're going to go. Nice. Coming together pretty nicely. Feels good, bro. Equipped. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, that came together easier than I thought. Makes more sense than doing it as a separate function and calling it out separately. I would rather do it on new. Then we say else in each one of these. Pass. Not sure what the issue is. Expected statement, comma, found else instead. What? Nani? Oh, I see. Yeah. That makes absolute sense. Go back a step. Okay. Okay, and now here's the fun part. Well, sorry, we're not at the fun part yet. We got to go up one step. Let's remove this. Go up to the entity level, and we're going to just put this here. In the previous iteration that I did of this, I already had taken care of most of this stuff, so I could have just went and copy pasted that, but it feels better, I think, to have done this again. That is equal to, oops, if data.has that. What did I mess up now? Identifier data not declared. Oh, this is the wrong thing. Whoops. Here. I already had it over here. See, I had it twice. A little annoying. There we go. Okay, and if... So this should never happen, so I'm not going to put an else after this, right? It should never get into a situation where it doesn't have. So now the next question is, a tree can have stats. Great. A tree can be an entity. Fantastic. Should a tree have chakra? And should a tree have the ability to level up and all this other stuff with gnosis? I don't know. I don't think so. Tree can technically level up because it has stats, and leveling up process goes through stats. Right? So it would just be a matter of doing like an add stat on the tree. Right? It would just basically, yeah, basically, if I wanted to make like something that's like a tree, I could call add stat and apply that to it. But that would involve some level of data persistence that I wasn't willing or not thinking about adding. To that. That's not something that I was really considering. It's interesting, but my brain, I don't want my mind to go there quite yet. Next is... All right, let's clean up a little. We can get rid of this. And we can get rid of this. Oh, it's already gotten rid of. Okay. There is a debate to be had. But we're not going to have that yet. Let's just save. See if we have any issues. No issues. Awesome. So in all honesty, we have a system that has proper gates on itself. And so now the question is, if we go up to the entity level, we're going to be passing in construct data. So let's take a look at what stats is going to actually do with that. There we go, mainnet. So this is where it says, okay, we have the stats. This is it. So here we can replace these now. Properties dot get, oops, dot I think it's base stat. Yep. And we're going to put, what was this, health? And I think it's, there we go. Okay. But I don't want to use this. In Unity, what I would have done is something very similar to what this is doing. And just type it out for each one. Is there a get stat? Yeah, there is. Yeah, let's just do it this way. A better way is going to come to me at some point. I don't like it, but it is. This is the best way for me to handle this. I don't like it. Oh, I could just do it that way. I'm a dummy. Yeah, there we go. Aha. This was much easier. So today, max mana. Pretty cold right now, but it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, that solves that problem, actually. The answer is right in front of me. I had made this, I think, last night and completely forgot about it this morning. There we go. Oh, man. It looks like it's doing a lot, but it's not really doing a lot. It's just, it has this one get that is handling. It's basically the same thing as what was handling up here, which makes this a heck of a lot easier now to extend out if I want to extend it. Which I don't. I don't think I need to extend this because I have this and this, which makes it awesome. Um, okay. I think that's it. So now we now we have our ability to get our stats. The next trick is list equals data, get stats owner. Next trick is to do a print list size and print bug a to let me know how far this is going. Then we go back to the player and we're calling this, setting this. Nothing else should really be firing off. We have the gates on them, so let's see. And what happens? We have A and our size is 0. Good. Okay. We got it. Entity. You couldn't see that, but basically I just loaded up the character to see what was happening, and it spit out the values I was expecting it to, which is always good. Always good. So the reason why it spit out 0 on the size, let's just make sure I'm in agreement. Yes, because this doesn't actually exist. So let's make something real quick for it. Stat list, create a stat group, generate some basic stats. This change, we added 13 new stats to this. Let's give it some values. Let's say, yeah, the player can start off at typical shonen age, I believe is like 14. Their longevity is usually like, I think like what, Naruto ended at what, I think 26? 20, no, he became Hokage, had a son and everything. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna leave everything pretty much the same. This is going to be the player construct data. And we are just going to, after this, do a print if size, if, uh, oops, I'm in the wrong area. Am I? Yeah, I'm in the wrong area. Let's go into stats. Okay, and let's go if list dot size is greater than 0, then print health dot points. Well, actually, it's print BH dot points. Do I have age? No, I don't think I'm. No. Don't tell me you don't. Oh, shite. I don't know why it crashed, but it just crashed. I saw when it was. Something told me, holy crap, I just put like a. Something that doesn't exist in the constructor, and I knew it was going to wonk out. All right, let's try that one more time. Yeah, don't ever put something like that in the constructor. It's like I caught on to what I was doing exactly like half a second after I did it. There we go. Okay. So instead, we're going to go with print uh, list.age. Points. Okay. That should do it. Now let's try. Oh, I didn't save. Whoops. Because it crashed. Let's go here. We have to redo that part again. Nope. Nope. Yep. We have to. Let's just double check this. Age 18. Let's go down to 14. Right. And yep. Update construct player initial whatever. Just something to let me know that. Let me know that things are being retained. Let's go up here. Let's go to this and wait, what did I just do? Am I in the right area? Oh, I think I went to, yeah, I was in this area. Oops. Okay, there we go. Now let's go here and let's drag and drop the initial. Let's drag and drop the initial player into here. There, stats set up. All this other stuff set up. Don't know, don't care. Next. Save, and now we try, and let's see, it should give me a number. Non-existent function, create. Get stats, data. Data is... What? Invalid call. What? Why? Characters, this. this, this. What? That's equals that new. What? Why? Oh, the stats. Whoops. Get stats owner. Okay, this is looking good. And then we go here where we're calling create. There is a create on stat data. All right, it's right here. See, actually the only function in stat data. Oh, gosh. Wait, what? Create that new self. Right. Non-existent function. Data. What is getStat doing? GetStat is returning that data. Is this returning nothing is the question. I think it is returning nothing. Just think I accidentally put that the wrong way. That should be like that. All right, now let's try. What? Oh, whoops. I was doing it the right way. That was my bad. What is getStat doing? Let's follow that real quick. Going to game manager get resource name stat data. Game manager repository. So it's returning the repository item, which makes sense. No, we don't need this. I mean, I didn't fix anything, but I want to reset this thing real quick. A little annoying. Hey. So let's just do a quick check on this. First, if data is null. Oops. If not data, print no data found. And it's going to just return new dect. And let's just go up and make sure that it doesn't screw itself up at the higher level. Where is it being called again? I think it's an entity. No, it's in stats. Okay. Yeah, we're already doing it, I think. No, we aren't. List, guess stats. Yeah, we're doing fine. Okay. So let's try it now. See what it says. No data found. That's what I thought was happening. All right, looks like that thing that I mentioned a couple minutes ago that I wanted to take care of, or I would take care of, but not yet. I'm going to have to take care of it now. So let's go back to the repository real quick. Repository. So it's just a method of how this is being saved, right? So we need to add there you go. That should do it. Okay, and let's go back one sec to the other one, which is the scene data. And we just need to add the same thing here. Okay. Now with that done, we can go out here, go back to this and see what errors I'm going to bump into for doing that one. Nothing, but it did populate this completely again. Now the scenes, it populated the scenes properly. Okay. So now when we go here, we just need to ensure that Godot is loading this stuff. Scenes. Let's close this and let's close. Nope, it's not open. Yep, reload. And it did it. It reloaded with tool over there. All right, excellent. Properties, scenes. And let's save. All right, let's move back. So now with that out of the way, scene data, repository data. Now we have to go and take a look at that call to the repository. Right? Because for whatever reason, this is not returning back something. That it gets that. So it could be that it's just not connecting to the repository at all. So you kind of want to just do a check on that, right? We want to go into the if, not game manager, print a if not actually not repository. Okay. So we're just going to check to see if it's picking up on the repository. If it is, and great. If not, and what is it saying? It's saying A. So it is picking up on the repository. Nice. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's go inside of get resource and find out what's actually happening in there. Yeah, close the, yep, I did. I think it's under repository data, maybe. Okay, so we just need to make sure that this is the get resource that's being called. It should be. Print. Okay, let's try again. So this is being called. Okay, let's do a, oh, oops. Let's do a print on the name. And also a print on the preloaded. Oh, I think I get what's happening. I get it. I get it. I get it. Oh, boy. It's this. I didn't call this. This needs to be called. This was something that was in my head. Like, I really wanted to get rid of this function. I wanted to figure out a way to automate it, but unfortunately, resources do not have they don't have initial constructors, so that I know of, and there's no like timetable on them, so you can't say, okay, on ready. Like in Unity, you could do that with scriptable objects. They had an on enable. Game manager. Okay, so then we go here and we just say repository dot setup. Douche. Now it should work. Good stuff. Okay. Yeah, this is good because it just leads me to the next problem, which is much better than it was before. So basically this means that we've gotten past the other issue. That's what it means. It figured things out. So the data.lockInt. How is that giving a problem? Oh, the data might not be set? Is that what it is? Invalid get index on base resource set data. What? Add points. Sure. If lockInt. Is lockInt not there? Lock to int? There we go. Aha. Okay. Now let's try it. Infinite recursion. Right. That makes sense. Hmm. I thought this wouldn't be infinite recursion. Because of that. But we are doing this. And that is infinite recursion. Right? But I thought for some reason I thought that by doing this here, it would be the same as what this normally does, which is we just do value is equal to that. The only thing I could think of is but that won't work. All right, I guess we're not going to do it that way. That's all. This is so weird. But yeah, there's never an easy way. Yeah. Sure. Oh well. Live and you learn. Next. What next now? GetStat. Non-existent function. GetStat in base. It's saying GetStat doesn't exist. That's true. It doesn't exist anymore. We removed it. So this is actually supposed to be what now? Experience. So we know what this is. This is a consistent thing, right? Or are we? No, we don't know what this is. So for the most part, we can keep that part. It's going to be static dot get that, and we'll just pass in experience. That's it. Should fix it. See if that worked. What? Non-existent create. Nani? What is getStat returning? Stat data. I keep bumping into this create issue. What's going on here? The last time when we did this, we did the static. Got to remember how I fixed this before now. It was that it wasn't initializing, but this time it should be initializing. Stat data 9. Create. If experience So ultimately what this comes down to is that this is not finding anything in the repository with get resource that matches that particular stat's name. This could just be the name of the thing is messed up, or maybe I just didn't put the name in. So let's go take a look. Actually, you know what? Let's be super smart about this. Print experience, and then return new. Okay, now let's try that experience. Right? So stat experience, is that an actual thing? We can test that out right now. This is just why I love this freaking system. Properties, instead of having to go through my stuff, I can just do something like base stat data dot stat experience. The stat experience is a thing. What is it made out of? Right here, stat experience. Make sure that the spelling is similar. Let's see. Stat. Copy that. Stat x EXPERIEND. Interesting. Okay, so according to this, it should be getting it. Take a look at the repository again. Get data. Get resource. Put in the name. Put in the resource type. Let's print the name of the thing that we're trying to get. Three of them. What? Money? Why? What just happened? Add points in base nothing. So they got nothing, basically, is what it's saying. Where am I? It shouldn't be getting here unless. So we got new stat. Where's new stat being created? Data. What? I think there's a timing issue. Pretty sure there's a timing issue here. Enter tree. There we go. Okay. So we're handling this over here instead this time. Now let's try it. No. Get stats. Owner. Then over here, it wants to try to get a stat. But then it's saying it's already going past here and saying that data does exist. Let's make it static. Oops. Make it very clear what that is. The stat when we create it. We're assuming that this is creating something. That data, if it's gotten past this part, that means that there is data that was found. So whatever the heck is happening here is beyond me. What the heck is going on there? Add points doesn't exist. I changed add points, that's why. This is void. And this is not going to return. There we go. That should fix it. All right, that's just returning it back to where it was before. I might just need to just restart Godot. Just try that. It might be that because you make a change in one thing, suddenly a link is broken or some nonsense again. All right, let's try this one more time. No, it's still doing its nonsense. New stat. Dot add points. Stat 1. Add points does not exist. But if I right click, it leads me to it. Add points. Literally a thing. That is like a thing. It's there. Add points. What am I missing? Add points. I am so confused. What the heck am I missing here? Stat 1, which is the value that I want to put in. And it's saying everything is fine, but then when I run it, it's saying that this doesn't exist inside of this. But if I go into it, it's right here. Let me check this real quick. Maybe I'm super referencing it. Stat. Nope, we're not. We're exercising the base one. All right, how about this? Base stat. No go. Ah, you are so freaking funny. All right. This is Programming 101, fixing problems you didn't even know you had. Oh, boy. Okay. There's some kind of break in the understanding. Base stat does have add points in it, but for some reason, it's saying this. So I'm probably not understanding what this is saying. It says non-existent function add points on base nil, which would tell me that this is saying that this is null. But you can't get here if data is null, because we have a check here on data. So that's impossible. Let's do a quick check. Or it should be impossible. No, it's not null. It's getting right past it and going into here and saying, no, this thing doesn't exist. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm a dummy. Let's try this. Okay, now let's try it. Nope, it's still... it cannot return null. So that is new dict. Okay, now let's try it. Yeah, it's returning null. New stat is null. How the heck is it getting past here? It's saying that the data is not null. But then when we go to create, it's creating a null new stat. How? What is happening in create? Oh, I think I deleted this. But it should give me an error here. I don't get that at all. There we go. It should have given me an error here because this is supposed to return stat, but whatever. Okay, now let's try it. Yep. All right. Beautiful stuff. We now have our working stat system, which is fantastic. And it reads the age of the character as 13. Was that correct? Could have sworn that we set it to 14. That's your usual shonen age. Where is it? Usual, where are you? Shonen. Shonen age is supposed to be down here in ooh. This stuff, I need to figure out what I want to do with it, because this shit is just, every time I open it, my eyes get blown up. I'm going to collapse it like I collapsed these. That's what I'm thinking I'm going to do with these. Makes more sense. The age was 14. It read it 13. Why did it read it 13? Hmm. Oh, it was reading the size as 13. Got it. I thought I told it to read the age. Not points. Entity. If data has stats, then otherwise we do this. So this is actually stats.new is going to be equal to data stats 12. There we go. That's actually correct. Let's go into stats real quick. So let's get rid of this. We don't need it. We don't need this. What's the output? It said 0. That's not good. That's not good at all. Let's do a print on the list first, and then we can test out what's happening in there. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, so let's test out the points on the age now. What is it doing? Weird. Okay, let's go into get stats real quick. So in get stats, we can get rid of this now. Check that. And we can get rid of this. Oops. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Okay, so we're not checking any longer. We know that the system works. And that little oversight that I put in before, compiler should have warned me, but it didn't warn me at all. But we figured it out nonetheless. So there's a problem that's coming up here. First, let's change this back to stat from base stat. And it's supposed to be creating a dictionary, and it's supposed to be populating stat. So I want to know if the stat 0 is going to be equal to the properties dot base stat dot age. I think it's under 1, right? I want to know if what the print stat 1 and print that whoops. Stats, what its points are. Then after this, I want to know if this has to deal with age. Let's actually just do another print on this. I want to know stat 0. I want to know what that is. I want to make sure that that is age. We're matching things up properly. Yep, age, and 14. But it's sticking it to 0. I. There might be something on the actual stat. Let's take a look at it. The way I have this built out is my stats are resources. So I can just go here, check to see how I messed up. Because it's always me. Yeah, the points are 0. That's fine. Do I lock the points is the question. So I said the minimum amount that the points can ever be is 0. And the maximum they could ever be 99. Or, sorry, 999. And I've locked them that way. Let me remove the lock on these and see if that has an effect. No, it's still coming back as 0. Let's take a look at what's happening in add points. So it's over here. If use max. So let's just check. We have this set locking to int to true. Or false. Doesn't matter for now. So what are the gates here that might prevent this from executing through and through, right? We have if use max, then we have the else max is going to be equal to the constant. So what we care about is a few things. Do this. If name is equal to properties age, oops, base stat, age 1, that's equal. Then I want to know a couple things. Print the amount that we're supposed to change. Right? So I want to know first if we're even getting to this point. We have to come back out a bit. Construct data. We can get rid of this stuff. We know that this is doing what it needs to do. So let's run this and see what happens. Age and 14. Right? So it knows that it's passing in 14. It knows that it's passing in 14. Does it? What is that? Oh, yeah. It knows that it's passing in 14. So now the next question is, it knows it's printing in 14, pushing in 14. Do print A and print B. And then we figure out which one of these two is firing off. Neither. Good, good. Come on, brother. Where's this nonsense happening? Print points plus the amount. What? Yeah, there's just nonsense happening here. Yeah, I think it's a typo. There we go. It was just a typo. It's always a typo. Now it should work fine. But it didn't. Ha, ha. Points. All right, now let's try it. What are we seeing here? Age is still 0. Okay, let's break this into pieces. Print. Points plus amount. That should be 14. Then print data.min points and print max. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, this is just very odd stuff. This shouldn't happen, period. Like, there's something I'm missing here, big time. Let's do a quick check. If I do this, and now I run this, what happens? It's still returning 0. Oh no, wait. It's returning 14 now. Okay, but if I do this, I mean, there's another way to handle this, but I don't want to do it that way because it's just a lot more verbose verbiage. And let's get rid of all of the other stats. Where is it? Stats. And get rid of lists. Wait. Oh, son of a gun. I think it's under, is it under get stats? Print. Nope. Hey, base that. There we go. That's gone. We have one more somewhere. 14 0 9 0. Mm-mm. 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 Just printing the list age, not points, and it's still saying that age is 0. This doesn't make any sense. Let's do this. Okay, so it's updating it and it knows that the name is that. I think I figured out what the problem was. Had nothing to do with that. Gah. Let's just finish this one. I figured out what the problem is. I clicked as I thought about what I had messed with recently. What am I doing? Okay, let's go back up a couple steps to stats, base stats, and over here. And this is not supposed to return points. This is supposed to return... Oh, no, it is. It's supposed to return points. You know what? We're just going to get rid of this altogether. The function that it was supposed to serve, it doesn't serve it anymore anyway. So now it should work fine, right? Yep, there we go. Okay, perfection. Okay. Now let's test it out one more time. Age 14. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it steps before we get to this step. There's some debugs that I must have written in somewhere. Let's go find them and get rid of them. One is probably in stat because it's talking about experience. So it probably be add experience, maybe? No, I know where it is. It's in that data. Yep, here we go. Okay, and then stats. We remove this. We don't need it anymore. Stats are working. Mission accomplished. What? Oh, God damn it. It crashed. It shouldn't have crashed. All I did was delete. All I did was delete some lines. I didn't change any logic. Heck, I didn't even tell it to run. Okay, let's go back. And I think I was saving in between every single one of those changes. So it shouldn't be too bad. It shouldn't be too bad. I was saving a lot at that point. So let's go take a look at mine. By the way, this is the most Godot has ever crashed on me, ever. So this is not normal for Godot at all. Just FYI. This is not normal. The only thing is I don't care too much because it's so fast to open up anyway. Like if it was Unity crashing like this all the time, or it was just having a bad day, I'd be waiting like 3, 4, 5 minutes in all of the freaking loading and whatnot. So I'm not too worried about that. 3 seconds startup time is not a problem. Meanwhile, we're going to be looking back at stat data. Yes, I saved right after this, so this is gone. And stats. I think we still need to... Oh no. Did I mess up that bad? That in it. What happened here? We do list is equal to get stats owner. Let's run it and see what happens. I don't know what I up, but I guess nothing. Okay, I guess we got everything. Okay, so we have a functional stat system. I'm happy. I'm very happy about that. Let's just give it one more stress test. Let's go up to the player level. And let's just do a quick call. See what happens. So let's do like a we're gonna print get that. Oh, what was it? entity. Yep, there we go. Gets that. And then we're going to say dot list. What the heck? Get stats. There we go. Dot get that. And we're going to put properties. Base stat. Age. And we're going to say dot points or dot name. Right? And the idea here is we want to know what stat is here. And if that gives me an error, we got a problem still. Age. There we go. Perfect. We have our stat system. Hiya. Okay. So now to get the character controller going. All right, so we have stats. We kind of have a character controller already, but we don't really, right? We kind of do, but we don't. We have stats on the character. It now has health. It now has all this other nice stuff. It even has move speed. We need to be able to get that character to move around. And let's take a look at the game real quick. This is the player. This is the scene that we have made previously. That's a pretty nice little thing going on here. Probably fill in the tile map a little bit. I was trying to mess with Godot's terrains, and I did not have much fun with that. Like, it was bad. Like, Godot terrains is not my friend. I don't even know what the heck is going on. Why is it so dark? Oh, there we go. What happens if I do? Oh, not bad. Actually, oh, sort of not bad. It's a mess. It really is. Right? Like that's not. Yeah, it's just not working properly. Um, so what I have been doing is I'll just do this, this. Like this is what I was planning on doing. I'm gonna spend the time and make an engine that auto generates different maps, and it's going to basically be using a set kind of like this to create rooms. And so it's just going to create rooms along that the player can navigate through. That's the idea. But for now, this is just like my area to get the player running around and stuff like that. But I want it to look a little bit prettier, so I'm gonna just do something like this, like that, so that, randomize, fish, fish, and so on. And there we go. Any other little weird areas? Nope, that's it. We have a nice little rectangle. Um, let's fix this a little. But you can end up getting stuck on this for a very long time. So I'm just trying to. There we go. I'm just trying to avoid that, to be honest. Oops. Hmm. Weird. Weird. Oh, that's why. Whoops, there we go. There we go. And now we can do, or I thought we could do this. I don't know what the heck is going on here. There we go. Okay. So, um, that's said and done. Yeah, sure. That all done. The next step is to get this character moving around. This is way too dark though, so let's fix that real quick. Oh, it's not actually that dark. It's just that the tile map makes things visually still kind of dark. So let's increase the energy. Oh, nope. Let's decrease the energy a little bit. So if I do additive, I go like this. I see. Tract. We're going to go to about. There's good. A nice campy feel. Um, we want this to move. So how do I want that to move? I've been thinking, do I want to use physics bodies for this? I think physics bodies would be pretty fun, right? Or I could use the character body 2D. And I believe I decided on character body 2D for this. And just simulate my own physics. So we need a couple things. Go back, let's save. Go back to the player. Minimize that. Uh, so we need a movement ability. Quick load. Nothing. Load. Resources, abilities, movement. Okay, that was already made. I can, I mean, if anyone's interested, I could at some point show how that was done. But basically, it's a resource that I'm calling to handle that. And then as for the element, we have our resources. Mhm. For now, we're just going to make the element, I guess. Where is it? Chakra effects. Did I not make elements? Or am I just not seeing it anymore? Is it under chakras? No. I could have sworn I made elements already. Let's let's get out of this. Elements. Yeah, it's right over here. Elements. Did I not? I must have not actually. I could have sworn I made elements. Maybe. Yeah, there they are. What the heck? Oh, this is the required elements. Contracts. Maybe I'm remembering that. Okay, there's a quick way to find out Aether. We have two Aether trays. What is this one? Aether, what the? Oh, this is the, gotcha. This is under chakras. This is the Aether chakra. And the element was Aether. I don't know. All right, we're gonna take a small break. Be right back. Okay. Um, yeah, I think that's... I'm going to finish off elements, and then I am going to hit the character one more time and then call it a day. So let's do this. I think this is what I want from my elements. Right, so effectively what's happening here is that I'm just going to be able to call compare elements, throw in the element I want to compare. Then we're just going to compare the element to find out what its relationship is with the element that we're comparing it to, and then it spits out back a number, right? That's the idea. I went a little bit explicit here. Right. So in terms of Pokemon, that's like super effective kind of stuff going on here. Not effective, it's very not effective. And then the one that's not here is just the flat out amount. So go here, here. Right. So whatever the suppression value is, actually we want to make this between, always going to be between 1 and 2. And then the range is going to be some value between 1 and 2. All right, good. I think that's good enough. Next is go back and actually fill this stuff out. Hey, so according to so this is inaccurate. This should now tell me nothing. I could have sworn that doing that would populate the properties of that, whatever. Yeah. Okay, so if I remember correctly, strong verses will attempt to amplify the damage against this type. So void is supposed to be strong against aether. And it's supposed to be weak against matter, pressed by matter. It's supposed to support spirit. And it's supposed to be supported by what? It nourishes spirit? Makes no sense. I made it mess. Supports void. It nurtures spirit, and spirit. Ah, okay, that's just my fault. I think. Yeah, it was my fault. And chaos supports void. Hey, good enough. Next, we have spirit. Spirit is strong against matter. It nourishes aether. And it is supported by wait, what? It is weak against, rather, chaos. Nourished by what nourishes spirit? Supports the void. Hey. Save. And next, matter. What? I could have sworn I put in. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. This guy stinks. Compensation, athleticism, appearance. Hey. So, you're dealing with matter. So it's strong against void. Supports chaos. And it's weak against spirit. And what supports matter? Aether. Make sure that we're not doing some duplicate stuff. Yep, we're good. Chaos. Strengths. It is strong against spirit. It nourishes the void. We don't know yet. And it is weak against aether. And it is nourished by what nourishes chaos. Matter. Okay, finally, Aether. Strong against chaos. Is that the only one that's strong against chaos? Yeah, good. Nourishes matter. And it is weak against the what is it nourished by is the question. Spirit. Okay. And then now we save. Our elements are put together. Let's apply that to our repository real quick. Okay, that should do it. Okay. And now let's I don't even remember why we were doing that. Just know that we had to I needed to set that up for this. There. Type. So we're gonna just make the player Aether from now. Drag, there we go. Drag and drop Aether. Okay. Later on we can adjust the values, but for now everything is just one. We don't have a weapon yet. I mean, if you were following this, you would have seen that ton of stuff that I had done for weapons. I just haven't done it in Sophiae Corpus project. But I kind of have an idea where I'm going to go with the weapon already. I was just goofing around with some stuff. Like even the sprite here, it's going to be a composite sprite. Is set up very weirdly in Godot, but I'm just spending the time to goof around with it and make sure I get it right before I start trying to do anything with it. Let's give it a shot. Let's try this thing out and let's test it and see if our elements are actually. Let's do something like print. Element type dot resource name. Is it actually sticking or do we not know? Find out. Aether. Okay, we're good. Okay. So this is the base stuff I'm thinking I'm going to be setting up. Right? And so when I don't think the player is going to have this particular part. Part of me is wondering, how exactly am I going to fit this into the entity? Should really be. It shouldn't be on the player itself. Right? The whole idea was that the construct is going to be kind of that starting place. And in Unity, what I would have done is I would set up an initializer that would remove itself. I guess the equivalent of that in Godot would be like a node that you just put on these characters before you start, and it handles the injection process, and then it destroys itself. Like it queue frees itself is what I'm thinking. So that might be something also. Like, you know, but there's a downside to that, right? So let's say I want to pool these characters, pool the enemies. Does that mean that now every time that I create an enemy, it has to come with a bootstrapper effectively, right? But if I'm pulling it, it's already used its bootstrapper. So that kind of thing is where I'm going to have an issue. So I'm going to try not to have to use a bootstrapper in this. If I choose that I want it to be that I pool enemies. In that case, let's move on a bit because I think we're done here. We have functional. Oh, let's test this something else out too. Um, so properties. Just want to see when it updates. Element. Is it there? Realm data, equipment. Nope. So we'd have to actually, let's see. This thing should automatically pick it up, even if it's a new field. Where is it? Properties. Reload. Effect data. Realm data. It didn't pick it up. Why didn't it pick it up? A good question. Why didn't it pick it up? Element data. It should say underscore element because it's a repository item. Where did I actually put it? Because it needs to be inside of resources. There it is, elements. So I should have picked this up. But according to this, it did not. Movement, ability, construct, effect, realm, item, equipment, requirement. It should just say element, class underscore element, and then stuff. What the heck is going on here? There's only one thing left to do, which is to run the repository one more time. Let's clear this and then run this. And there should be a total of 5. So let's look on this. Yep, it's right here. Well, there's 2 of them with 5. 3. A couple of them with 5 stuff in it. Right? Regardless. Let's do a load on properties. Close it first. Open it. Load. Elements, where are you? Nothing. There's no elements. Holy moly. Okay, how many things with 5 do they have in here? 1. Nothing. There's nothing in here with only 5 elements. So what is this actually saying? One. All right, let's see if it's in here anywhere. It has ability data and movement data. So we have 2 normal movements. Where are they? So one is in abilities, created abilities. What? There's no such thing as created abilities. And there's no such thing as movements. Data, resources, abilities, created. Yeah, these are .gds. It's picking up .gds. Why is it picking up .gds? No, that's actually correct. That's correct. That's correct. They're looking at the wrong thing. So it's picking up normal movement twice. Movement data and ability data. Normal movement. Hmm. Well, this makes it very simple to debug, so give me one sec. Technically, we can check to see if nothing is here, nothing is here, or movement. So we can assume that this is the first one. Now the second one is, this is under movement data. Normal movement. Okay, so it's under movement data, then it goes up to ability data. So it did it twice. I know what it did now, but I don't know why it did it that way. It is the same script. It's not, I didn't duplicate it in the project. The thing is that it's supposed to be recursive, right? And it's supposed to stop at the repository item. And so it should pick up on this as being part of ability data, not on movement data. But for some reason, it decided that, hey, that's not what we're gonna do. Holy crow! Looks like I have some work. That's so sad. This part shouldn't be here. I don't know why it is. Right? And nothing else is doing that. It's just that one thing that's doing it. Oh no, here it is. Hmm. Part of me wants it to be like this. I'll be honest with you. I don't mind the repetition because I could get normal movement under ability, or I can get it under movement data. So it would share, in other words, these. Part of me actually likes this. Right? So like equipment, great, but then I can go into item and also get the sort of staggering. Or later on when I think this is going to, as long as it's being consistent, I think I'll be happy with it. But it's not being consistent. Let me see something. Potion of life. This should have a consumables. So where is consumable? Is it up here? Construct? No. It should have consumable, but it doesn't have consumable. It's not good. All right. Wasn't really mentally prepared for that. I have to go and take a look at that script, but it looks like we're gonna have to do it. Let's close out all of this stuff. I was not prepared to have to go into this script right now. Repository data. I was not prepared to have to go into this script at all, but we're going to have to do it. So this is a script for making a repository in a game that's supposed to be easy, but unfortunately, my first time doing it in Godot, so of course there's going to be bugs. One second, let me adjust my screen size. Okay, let's take a look at this now. GD script, or make and do. So let's find out what's going on here. So the magic happens in a few places. Open all of this up. The one part that I know I don't have to worry about is at the upper level, because all that's doing is handling the writing part. This part is the part that parses it all. So let's figure out what it's trying to do, and why it's screwing up so badly, and what's happening. Actually, let's do a couple checks. First check is going to be over here. We want to find out if item is element. Print. Okay, because for some reason element was missing. And also if no, consumable data, yeah. What? Right. Okay, there. Print B. Okay. I want to know if basically there's a couple of dictionaries here. The idea is I want to try to figure out, is this actually figuring out that it should look at this as a consumable or an element? Is it even recognizing it as it's putting it into the active resources? Right? And then the next step is handling the creation over here, which I believe is actually right here. Yeah, this is just sorting through stuff. So we need to figure out, it's setting them up as resources, which is fine. We're missing something, I think. That might be why doing what it's doing. We're missing something. One sec. Something missing here. There's something between this and this that's not being called. Where is it? Generate nest. Ah, yeah, here we go. Generate nested class. That's what it was. This is where the problem would have been if there is a problem. Let's just go through this real quick. I want to figure out how many times it's adding a specific. Oh man, we have two big problems, right? We have two very big problems. The first one is, okay, hold on. I do not find the first one as a problem. The first one is allowing me to have multiple references to the same thing but under different names based on the inheritance path, which is fine. The second one, though, which is that it's not even recognizing elements, is problematic. Oh. We want to know, once it gets to here, what this repository item is. Because that is what's going here. So let's actually go up to here. This is where the problem would be. And we're going to get the item itself and figure out what the heck is this item up to. So if item is element, okay, there should be 5 of those. didn't go off at all. In short, well, this part picked it up. We got 5 A's and 1 B. That's the consumable. So the 5 A's did go off, which is great. That means that the initial thing wasn't having an issue. Right? It was picking up on everything. So that's excellent. The initial resource has it all. So now the next problem right? So now the next problem is this part down here. Right? It might not be getting past this. So this is let's print if item is element. Let's print an A here and find out if it's still picking up on the element here or if for some reason it's stopping here. This element does inherit repository items, so it shouldn't be the problem, but we're about to find out. Clear. It's still picking it up. So it's recognizing it. Okay. So then while next script doesn't equal repository item. So this doesn't even work, right? I put this in here originally to check to see if the current script, this script, is at this level. But because I'm assuming, because it'll always come back true, it's just iterating back until it gets to resource level, at which point it's no longer a repository item level, which ended up being something that actually I like in a way. It just means that it'll ignore everything up until resource, which is good. So I want to keep it that way. But at some point it loses element. So I need to find out where. So it should be passing in this item. The only reason it can't pass in that item is if it never reaches this in time. In other words, it reaches the iteration limit before it reaches this, reaches the resource. But that shouldn't be the case. So this should be going into generate nested. So, but right here, it's not getting to element. So it's not actually passing this. It's not getting to that port. Right? Not getting here. So we know that it's getting here, but it's not getting to here. Something happens here. All right, let's figure that out. Why is this over here? Is that the problem? Oh, I see. There we go. Okay. And it passes in the item. All right, let's do that a few times. We're going to do one here. We're going to do one here. Right? So if the next script doesn't equal repository item, we start off by making the next script equal to current script, and then we change the current script. If this is the case, we change the current script to being the next script. And then down here, we just pass back in the item in the current script. And then populate the nested class map with that. God, man, this is a little bit annoying that this is messing up like this. Oops, accidentally started the game. Where am I? Over here. Okay, so it's not getting to A here, and it's certainly not getting to B here. Okay. We're getting there. Okay, so I just want to know that we are getting to here, and that we are getting to here. I think this is where it's falling apart. Shouldn't. There must be a specific reason why. There we go. So it's going to read A and B if I'm correct on this, what it's doing. Yep, there it is. Did it 5 times. Yep. So the condition here that it's not meeting is that the next script well, something is weird here. All right, let's print the current script and find out. No, that's not going to help. We can do a print. Okay, hold on. I think we can probably get away with just getting rid of this. I'll be honest with you. I think we can get rid of this break clause. Because I like what this part does, the while part does. I don't think it needs it. This part isn't functioning properly, and I'm not understanding why it's not. Let me take a look at element real quick. Oh, I think I get it. It's getting to this before it actually gets to this. So this is already a repository item before it actually gets there. So because of that, it'll just boot itself out before it actually tries to apply the element. I get it now. That's a little annoying. You know what? That's a little annoying. But it doesn't matter. So the reason why so the 2 bugs that were there, one is the one that's making it stack layers for each class that it's in. I could fix that by just putting in something like continue here. And this will lock it out of doing that ever again. But I want it to be there, so I'm going to leave that the way that it is. The second one, though, uh, is a bit trickier because the initial logic here is a little weird to navigate around, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get rid of, I want this functionality. So I'm going to just get rid of this. Yeah, that's sorry, that part. Oops. Okay, so as far as I'm reading how this is going to work now, and actually let me leave the iteration part. Just this needs to go. So what, the way I'm reading this now is first we get the base script, and then set that to be the next script. Right, the base script is whatever script it inherits. This is the part that's causing the problem that's making it the second problem. But it's unavoidable. It's just the way the logic is. But it gets the base script, and then it's just going to keep iterating up. And then we just set the current script, and then after we do that, we add 1, and then we add it to the map. Which I think is fine. Which I think is fun. I like it this way. And so once we get to the repository item script, this should be reading it as the resource script, right? So let me put it this way. Once the current script, or sorry, once the next script becomes repository item, this is going to read the current script get base as being the resource. Right? And at that point, we don't add anything anymore. Oh, shoot, we bump into that. Still doesn't solve our element problem. Yeah. That's interesting. It still doesn't solve the element problem. Because it'll still read element and it'll read. So when I do this, like the very first time this runs through, this item will be element. And I'll get the script off of it. And it'll say, okay, the current script, which is this right here, is going to be repository item. Right? And then we're going to say, okay, get the base on the current script, which is element. So get the base would give back the repository item, and we set that to this next script. And if next script doesn't equal the repository item, so if it's the resource or whatnot, then it's going to try to run this. There's a problem. Man, Godot just makes it a lot harder to navigate with scripts. Let me see something. I don't believe you. You don't have that, do you? Ah, let's try it. Yeah, it doesn't have that. Okay, it does. Right. I mean, it still inherits object, but not a resource. I don't think this is going to work, but if it does, that would make my life a lot easier. Oops. Get rid of that. Yeah, it doesn't work. Um, there's a print somewhere. Okay, yeah, this doesn't work. Or if it does, then it's because this is an item. Let me see something. There we go. Grr. Maybe I need to click. Sometimes you have to click off and click on to get it to nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, it doesn't work. It's a lie. It's like there's no way a script can do that. Um so let's approach this from a different way, because this logic obviously doesn't work. So there has to be a different way of approaching this. Okay, let's do it like this. There's a quick way to test this. All right, so print parent script equal to element. That is logic I haven't tested. I just threw it together and assumed it would work. So let's find out what it's actually doing. They're the repository. Okay. True. All right. It's equal to repository item. I get why it's doing it. I just don't know how to navigate around it right now. I'm trying to figure that out. False. Good. Okay, this is working as I thought it would work then. Because it's using, this is actually in Godot, this is actually an ID number. So it's different than if I did something like this. Right? This would actually come back as being that this is true. This would be true. So what I'm doing here is more along the lines of I'm checking the actual ID number of these different scripts to find out if they're the same script or not. Okay, so we know that we're on the right path, right? That this logic is sound in that I'm saying it does this ID number. While this ID number does not match this ID number, then we're going to keep on doing this. Okay, so if the next script if the next script is equal to the repository item, right? Then at this point we break. That's what we should do. Else current script is going to be equal to the next script. Yeah, that should still get us the same the same result as before, but it should also pick up on element because we just tested it and element came back true, but it came back false when we did the check against the repository item. So what should happen here is element will go in first since we set it over here. Then we're going to say, okay, get the current script, base script, and set that to the next script. And if that is the repository item, then we just kick out, oh, wait. Then, whoa, wait. We don't want to break. Or do we? Where's current script? Okay, dokie. Let's get this out of the while loop. There we go. Take that one step out. That was happening inside of the while loop. That's not good. Right? Because then it's just adding it each time. So it was in the while loop, but then because of the okay, so basically we go in, and then we're gonna set the next script, or we're gonna first we set the current script, then we check if the current script is going to be equal to, or the next script is going to be equal to the repository. If it is, then we break out. Once we break out, this part can actually stay in the while loop actually, right? Because that handles the iteration stuff going on in there. But the generate nested, this part is supposed to be outside of it. And we take whatever the current script is in the item and then pass it. So let's give that a shot. Let's see if that fixed our situation. So first, let's clear the repository. Okay, let's give this a shot. So we go down all the way, and we have to reload it, but yep, there we go. Okay, so yeah, it works. We need it done. But we have an issue here where Godot does not like when you use void. This is easy to fix. I can fix that in a second. But that's a stupid thing. It really is annoying. Yeah, but it's not a hard problem to fix. It works. And it's picking up on just one version of normal movement. That's the downside to the fix. We fixed both problems, but the downside is I actually kind of liked having like ability data and then movement data, and then having the ability to get access to normal movement from both of them. All right. All right, so let's fix the void one first, and then we can go back into getting our character controller working. I want to try to get that character moving around. Let's see. Where is it? Elements. Void. And we just, yeah, the fix is basically, we just do that. That's really the entire thing. I think that should work. That should work fine. We'll find out in a second. Let's go back to repository real quick and then just have it make the stuff again. And let's check this out, properties. We have to close it and have it reload. Yep, there we go. Fixed it. Okay. Unexpected problem number 53 taken care of. Let's move back to character controller stuff. So in Godot, character controllers are not that difficult to set up. They kind of give you one out of the box. But if you want something that's more like specific to your needs or whatever, it's a chore. In my case, I've decided, since this is a for production build, to go with making a resource tied to it because I want to have different movement types. Right? Like I want to be able to take care of movement in different ways. So the idea here is we do have a script that wants to take care of abilities. And I want to take a look at that script right now. Let's see. Oh, abilities. There we go. This is the ability data script, which just handles execute on an ability. These are abilities. Movement, maybe? Is its own? Movement data, no movement. So it says movement data, nothing in there. Normal movement, extends movement data. Right, okay, got you. So effectively what's happening is all I have to do is call execute on an ability and it'll run this. So I don't technically need to do much. Movement is already set. So if I go back to the player right now, let's go back to the player. Where are you, player? There we go. If I go back to the player right now and I do something like in the physics, I think this is a physics situation, but if I do, so just as a reminder, basically up here I have this movement ability, right? The idea is that in the player script, I can call movement ability dot execute, and I don't even know what the heck it's taking in, but it's taking in stuff. What is it taking in? Arguments. It's just taking in a series of arguments that are possible for it. And then what is it taking in movement data, normal movement? Right, okay. So here it's taking in the vector2, the entity, and the delta. Okay, so it wants to take in the direction itself and delta. And that's it. And it's, we now have, actually we had made something to handle this. But this is the official way that I want to handle this down later on. For right now, this is fine. Just to get the character running around. Next step is we want to get inputs working. So we're going to bring this back online. And get rid of test stuff. We're a little bit out of the testing area now. We're getting into building. We don't need a hitbox on yet. So my brain is a little bit cloudy on this, but I think I want to put the abilities inside of entity, not on the persistent character class. It shouldn't be out here. It should be inside something else. So after I get this character moving, just out of my own gratification, I think tomorrow I'm going to work on putting this character into something more like putting it into an entity and then making a manager class for that data. For right now, though, I just want to see if this is going to work. So before that, We have three exceptions. What are they? You don't tell me. What are the three? Oh, here we go. Global var properties. Oh yeah, that was the stuff from earlier. Okay, save. See if we get any crashes. Interesting. Nothing. Okay, so I just tested it out. You probably didn't see it because I think that it opens up on a separate window, but I'll turn that on. Right. So we'll turn this on right now so we can see the separate windows. I think. Not sure. It overlays a bit sometimes. All right, so I need to do a quick test because I think the inputs aren't actually being picked up. And it makes sense because I was showing someone else some stuff and I might have turned things off in order to do that. On movement pressed. First, let's find out if this is even working. Print. Hey. Let's find out. Okay, A is coming up a lot. What is info? Okay, it's picking up on my direction. Yep. Okay, that's working fine. Next is, so it looks like it's picking up on the inputs fine. The next is this, ability data. We want to go down to movement data, normal movement. And we want oh, okay. Yeah, we passed the wrong information through, so it's over here. We don't need self. We need entity. This is originally designed for entities. It's always just these little typos, I swear. Things you forget. So, and now it's going to be able to, because this is what it was looking for. Okay, put a print on this real quick. And we're going to say, we're going to have to do a few things. One, I want to know the direction. Next, I want to, oh, what's going on? Invalid operands. Sure. Okay. Then print. Speed modifier might also be 0, which would be the reason why nothing is happening. Check that. B. And the active print. Active velocity, or rather active. That should be coming back false. And let's just call it that for right now. Okay, let's go back to the project. Make sure this doesn't happen. There we go. And let's restart the project just in case. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing is happening. What did I forget? Okay, so hurtbox, this and that. All right, does the actual player have this stuff? Normal movement, it does. It updated properly. Where is this call going, is my question. Let me see. Print A. If it's going here, that would explain why we have an issue. Yep, that's where it's going. Okay, found you. Yeah. Execute. Execute. Ability data. Repository item. Ability data. Movement data. What did I... Oh, there was this misspelling? X... Ah, there was a misspelling on it. Always little things. Execute. Okay, and if I go back to the player, it is... Where is it? Execute. Execute. There we go. And if I go back to normal movement, now I need to put this here. Solve that problem. So now I should start seeing A and B. Okay. We hit our first snafu. What's going on? Function signature doesn't match the parent. Parent signature is execute, variant, default, variant, default. What? Variant, right. This is what I was hoping I wouldn't bump into. I have to make those variants. So Godot does not have a proper way of handling this. This is what would be normally in programming languages called an abstract function. Godot, GD script rather, doesn't have a proper way of handling this. So I have to really poke at it till I find a good workaround. Let's go to here. Okay, so we're just going to do this and hope that this fixes it. Is it going to crash? It feels like, yep, it's something unable to write. Oh, because of that. Let's stop. Okay, now let's try it. What's next? Execute call. Too few arguments in execute call. No. Now what? Oh, right. Stop. There you go. Okay. Now we have some stuff happening. Let's go back to this. Okay. So we have communication. Problem is, we have no movement. What are we seeing here? Direction we don't care too much about, but speed modifier B 0.15 might be a bit too low. And we need to get active. Yeah, the speed modifier might be a bit too low, I guess. There's nothing else to really add speed to it. So let's do this. Times, what was it? Entity dot get stat speed points. Her. See how things started coming together? There we go. Okay. And now let's test it out. Nope, character still doesn't move around. Think. Find out what the actual velocity is. So we know that direction is working. We know that speed modifier is not 0. So let's just get the velocity now. And we know that this is not null. Okay. So the velocity is 1.5, I think it said. All right, let's do some changes to the normal movement. We'll make it 0.5 speed modifier. Let's see what happens. Oh, the value is there. Let's take a look at the this real quick. Let's take a look at the scene. Make sure we're not just running into a bunch of colliders or something. Tile map. And we have to look at the physics. Right. Yeah. Okay, certain certain physics are set up. They look like they're set up okay. Wonder if there's a way. It would be nice. Let me see. Show list. No, oh, view. Nope, there's no option for it. That would have been nice. Like a ongoing effect to see the physics layer. There's let's just I'm gonna just write it in there just to see if there is something. If there isn't, then there isn't. So let's just go back, normal movement. Let's do something like, I don't know. It's the angular velocity plus the direction. let's do like 100 times, because sometimes if we're dealing with velocity, sometimes a number just has to be stupid large. No, we're not getting any movement at all. So it could be something else is happening here that I suspect. A good way of finding that out. So let's get the active dot global position. Find out if the thing is actually moving and I'm just not seeing it. No, it is legitimately not moving anywhere. And it is firing off move and slide here. I must have missed something. Oh, yeah. What did I miss? What did I miss? Let's try an even bigger number. Maybe that's what the kish. What am I messing up here? There it is. Nope, no movement, period. Yeah, I need to do some homework, I guess, on that to find out what I'm doing wrong. It's probably just some really, it's always been some really tiny detail. It's always some minor detail. Hmm. What could it possibly be? Let's take a look. There's an easier way to deal with this. So let's go back up one step. The documentation. You know what? Even better? Do this. Interesting. So this is made for a side scroller. But I want to try something. Oh, oops. I can get input dot get action or get access. Yeah, there we go. This is what I was looking for. I could not remember for the life of me what that command was. It was input. Input is what I was trying to find the whole time, and I ended up making my own system because I could not find it. But yeah, in the end, what they're doing here is they're um, doing this straight onto the velocity. Right? I mean, it's a way. Project settings. Give me one sec. Move up, move down. So I can get away. These are my custom ones, so I can actually put these in. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'll do that in a second. I'm going to knock it out right now. I'm pulling on what little energy I have left to know that I'm going to knock that out. But yeah, so it looks like they're just doing the same thing that I would do, or I am doing, which is just putting the direction and stuff on the velocity. Hmm. Hmm. And they put it inside a physics process. I don't know. Move towards. Oh, this is cool. They use move toward. Did not see that one coming at all. So they took the original velocity and the zero. So if you're not moving, and this is your come to stop script. So if you get a direction, gotcha. That is swift. For some Grand Theft Auto on this code right here, because this is pretty cool stuff. Normal movement. Go here real quick. So what we can do here is we can say if direction. And then we can say something like, let's go back, if direction. And yeah, let's just copy this for right now. Normal movement, where are you? Gosh, darn it. My eyes can't see it anymore. There we go. Okay. This is down the road, or further up the road. This is this. We can do velocity is equal to direction times this. Oh, I'm an absolute moron. That's why it wasn't working. I didn't even catch that. Yeah, I didn't catch something that I had done and was a complete idiot about. It wasn't that anything was wrong with the any of the functions. It was just me being stupid. Wow. So yeah, basically all I'm gonna do is do this. This var was what was screwing me up. Like I said, it's always some oversight. Let's go here. Do this. And this is supposed to be not like that. It's supposed to be... Where the hell did I just put it? Oh, it's over here. Right? This is supposed to be active dot velocity. And this is supposed to be active. Oh, yeah. We don't need to define it here. Active. I think what it is more or less I must have been in the middle of something and then I got distracted and went and did something else. That's what I'm thinking it is. Or it was. So this is now vector 2. So this should actually be vector 2 dot. I think vector 2 has a move towards. Does it? Nope. Okay, that should be it. Oh, whoops. We don't need this anymore. Don't save. There we go. This we're going to save. Yeah, so now it should work. That was just me being dumb as nails. Okay, let's give it a shot. Oops, wrong thing. Yep, there we go. Now we have movement. Of course, everything is backwards, but... Well, up and down is backwards, but... Left and right. I'm not sure if you're actually seeing it on OBS. Is it showing? For some reason, it's not showing. Yeah, for some reason it wasn't showing, or it isn't showing on OBS, but I'm going to just correct up and down, and then I'm going to switch it over on OBS so you can see the result. It's pretty nifty. But yeah, that was just my, like I said, that's the problem. The benefit and the problem. When you get in the zone for coding, and you're just starting to code away, you don't actually bump into the problems with your code, like all the little typos that you make until you actually try to run it. So this was just more or less, I knew the systems that I wanted, and I just started building everything, but I never actually tested anything. So now I'm actually testing it and bumping into all of these little typos that I made along the way. Okay, so we need to reverse up and down a bit. Right, so we need to reverse up and down. But the good thing is that, if I go back to player, now that I know about input, I can just do something like this. Oops. We don't need this. What? What is this doing? Yeah, we don't need this. Toggle. Okay, so over here we can simply do. You know what? Let's move this into the right area. There we go, and then take that out. And over here we can just say print. Oops. Direction is going to be equal to vector2 input get axis. And I think what it is that when I tried to do this the first time, because of how Godot was, I just didn't know that sometimes Godot, you need to actually restart it to see a lot of things. So I was making all of these things, and I was like, I can't get this stuff to show up at all. And I just got frustrated and made my own input system. And now it turns out that I just needed to restart Godot, and all of a sudden they're all here. Like, very annoying. Um, the negative action, positive action. So this would be, I think in Godot, up is the negative action, and move down is the positive action, right? And then input get axis. Shoot, I think left the negative action here, and right is the positive action. It's normal. Okay, and now we just pass in direction. over there. And now let's make sure if that even works. Ah, that's rich. I did it backwards. There we go. Okay, let me start this and um there we go. So character doesn't turn or anything yet, but it's moving around now. Got a little bit of rendering issue there, but and the colliders seem to work fine. Yep, okay. Wow, that's a breath. This is a breath of fresh air. Ah, but I just need to work on some of the come to stopping stuff and whatnot. But it feels good to be at this point where I'm no longer just doing systems. I can do game development stuff too now. It's all game dev, but I mean, just less programming. Since you're here, I'll show you one of the mini games that I had made for that. So when you like level up, um, you get to do some a mini game kind of situation. Where is it? Not all level ups, but some level ups. Mini game, breakthrough mini game. There's no music here yet, but I think this. I think it's showing. Sure, pretty sure it's showing. Yeah, so like you leveled up, and you get to meditate because the main method of leveling up is through meditation. Well, yeah, but also in this case, like you get to determine how much your level up applies. So it's break, gather the mana, converts, left click converts the mana type, right click releases the unwanted mana. Mana moves towards the spark, that's this thing. Top left is the goal, support, mana's types. Charge your spark, increase your score, sorry, charge your spark, increasing your score briefly. Others will deteriorate or harm your growth, especially resisted types. The resisted type. Keep purity by only absorbing the gold mana type. And never to show this again, and blah. So this is the top. Oh, okay. So the orb or the spark will continue to try to absorb mana. So they'll all continue to go towards it. So the goal is to try to get them all to be the color, the gold color. Oh shoot. Right? And it's almost random exactly how they change their color. There we go. Sometimes you get lucky. Ah, son of a gun. There we go. Ah, sometimes you get unlucky. that, but fortunately that wasn't the one of the resisted types. I suck at this game. Of course, I could just right click, and that would probably save me a lot of stress, but I want to try to get this all. But I already screwed up, so might as well just right click them. I could have sworn this was easier to do before. I don't know how it got. I guess I just got worse at it. Or when you're developing it, you don't even realize how challenging it is because you're just playing it over and over and over and over again, and that's it. So effectively, I would have gotten 2.8 times my experience. Sorry, my stat growth. That's one of the mini games that are involved in like the whole level up process. Okay, so I got accomplished everything that I wanted to so far. Got the character running around, and I connected up the stats system, which is very important to me. Um, I got rid of this. I can completely delete my input system because why use it if Godot already has a built-in one? It's just I have to be careful next time about making sure Godot is updating properly. And that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm about to just pack this up and I'll be on tomorrow, I guess. Yeah. Um, okay, yeah. I'm gonna go and finish this up now. Thank you for being here with me.